Mickey Cross, và cầu thủ Bùi Trường An chính là một trong những cầu thủ quen mặt của các giới cầu thủ Hà Nội, và anh cũng chính là người đã loại cầu thủ Nguyễn Anh Tuấn, hay còn được biết đến với cái tên là Tuấn Con, vào trong buổi chiều ngày hôm qua. Còn Mickey Cross thì cũng là một cầu thủ của Đan Mạch, và anh cũng đã tham gia khá là nhiều các cái giải trên thế giới. Hiện nay thì trong năm 2023, Mickey Cross đã nằm trong top 3 của giải US Open 8 bóng năm 2023. Và chắc chắn rồi, chúng ta sẽ cùng theo dõi các diễn biến của trận đấu này, và hãy cùng cổ vũ cho cầu thủ người Việt Nam cũng như là Mickey Cross nhé.
Welcome back to the Peri Open Nineball Championship here in Hanoi, Vietnam. We are down to the final 32. 1-2-8 started. Mickey Kraus on the left, and Bu Chuan An. He's practicing away. Joining me for this, as always, Jeremy Jones. Jeremy, big day today.
Yeah, very much so. The weather is nice. It's Sunday here in Vietnam, final 32. Don't know a whole lot about the Vietnamese player on here, but of course Mickey Kraus, a guy that's starting to get some traction, played really well at the US Open, won some big matches, lost a couple of close ones. Another one of those youngsters that you feel like is going to have better and better results. There's a look at Mickey.
Getting the hair ready for his big day here. Talented young player, spends a lot of time in the States now, I believe, Jeremy.
Oh yeah, and has for a while, and kind of one of those free-spirited young players, you know, trying to get all the experience he can, all the time he can. Plays a lot of different disciplines. Of course, he knows Nineball is where it's at and what he wants to do, but I think he's starting to get, like I said, some traction in his game, and he's going to get better and better results.
You can see there at the bottom of your screens, it is now a race to 10. It's always nice to get that extra look when you're a player. May not seem a lot, but it does when you're playing.
Yeah, absolutely, Carl. And those races will lengthen as the event continues on. We'll get down to our Final Four today. Tomorrow afternoon and into the evening, we'll have our semifinals and finals. The players have had their one-rack practice. Lots of 10 a.m. matches going on here this morning, so we'll keep you posted on all the scores. Interesting lag position for Mickey Kraus, and I don't know if the players take that from SVB. SVB's the first one I ever saw to really play an angle on the lag. He never plays it straight. He always plays with a little angle.
What's the reason for that?
I don't know. I mean, maybe he just feels like that extra little bit of distance gives him a little more feel. Mickey, who I talked to yesterday, and he was happy the way he was playing, but his last match didn't feel like he played that well to the very end. Felt a little fortunate to get by it, and now looking to play his best pool.
I remember at last week's US Open down in Atlanta, Atlantic City rather, and Mickey Krause lost a heartbreak match against Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. It was hill. Krause had Ruiz hooked. Ruiz played the jump shot, fluked the ball and won the match off it. That was heartache for Mickey. But the beauty of the pool world now, the World Nineball Tour, there you see its logo, is there's plenty more tournaments, so you can forget about your previous losses and bad beats. Good break in the opening rack here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and I think that's why you see some progression from some of the players you would consider, you know, a hair down the totem pole, and, you know, not as much pressure. You know, there's always pressure, but not as much pressure when you know if things don't go your way this week, you're not waiting 3 months for another great event. And I don't think it's a conscious mental thing. I think it just kind of sets in with all the players without them really knowing it. Okay, big shot here to open. Pretty natural to come across and get short side on the pink 4.
Cue ball needs to travel.
Yeah, and we're going to immediately see how Mickey's feeling. He's a player, though, that, like you said, spent a lot of time in America, so, you know, like Banks, games like that you may not be as familiar or spend as much time playing in Europe. He's played a lot of in America, so is he cutting this? First game, you kind of, I wouldn't say expect it, but almost doesn't surprise you a miss on a tough shot, but a ball that I think all of us fancied him to make.
Presume he can get through to the point angle. He's just looking at the cue ball. Maybe it's coming off near the green 6, was it?
Yeah, I tell you, I guess he can get at it. I was going to say, speaking of Banks, if he can't, a cross corner coming up the right side of the table looks pretty good.
Looks very tight, as you said. The cross corner bank. Cue ball would come past the 6 for the 5 in the same pocket. I don't know if he's got the hook as well.
Yeah, you figured to leave the jump, but he had to shoot that. I mean, you got to take the guaranteed make, even though he kind of felt like position wasn't probably going to be there.
Yeah, from that angle, many of you may be thinking of the 9 in the side pocket. I'm not so sure there's a big enough gap so he can attempt that. And there you see. Possibly, yeah. I don't know.
No, I think it's makeable, Carl, but man, you got to cut the 5. Cue ball's going to have a lot of speed. If you're going to go for that, you might as well try and kiss the 6 in as well and really kind of disregard the safety.
Well, he's definitely having a look at this shot. See a couple of pool ball tattoos on his left elbow there. Where's the 9 gonna go? Oh, that's okay for Mickey. This is chance number 2, an easier chance.
Yeah, and when the balls are close together like that, you know, you get a lot of kind of like kick action on the 9-ball there, so you got to shoot it with a little more speed and cut the ball just a bit more. The cut is obvious, but the speed is kind of necessary. All right, speaking of speed, the make should be there. It's all about the cue ball.
Obviously didn't want to contact the 8. The 8's gone. He's blocking the 7, but as long as he gets on the 7 ball, the combo is easy enough. The main thing is he can still pot this 6. Could have gone wrong. Just don't want the cue ball to finish on the rail again.
Yeah, we've seen some great pool this week. A lot of racks run and big leads and some overtaken, but got to feel like for the players from Europe and America, they're only going to play better every day they're here in Hanoi. Funny little shot. Can he cheat this and just pull it up the rail? Kind of calmly draw it up the rail? Or would you draw this maybe underneath where you're standing? I like to cheat this and just pull it with some low right English. Thing is, can't get into it with a lot of speed. You got to make sure the draw. Okay, he's going to disregard that and pull it back where he's standing. Oh, he cheated the pocket.
A little bit fortunate in the end because he's obviously not playing the go so close to the corner pocket with the cue ball, so that was a little bit of guesswork from Kraus.
All the tables here in great condition, but from what I've seen, the TV table plays a little slicker, the main table, just like always.
Kraus takes the opener here in the first rack of this last 32 match. Other matches are going ahead. This is just a quick recap of rack 1. Took Kraus 2 chances. The first chance wasn't easy, especially in the opening rack. The world number 1, easy in action. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has won the opener against Sullivan Clark. Aranas has won the opening 2 racks 2-0. He leads over Moritz Neuhausen. Stacked with Filipinos, JJ. I counted around a dozen. It was 12 or 13. I have to recount. And a lot of names that we probably don't know. 2 guys here. Michael Bonanen against Jeffrey Roeder. Jeffrey Roeder has won the opening 2-0 up. Michael Feliciano has won the opening 2 racks against Per Ivanovic, another Filipino. And then match number 5, Amarato against Ribong. 2 Filipinos again, 1-0 to Amarato. Fedor Gorst has lost the opener against Tung from Vietnam. Orcolo, another Filipino, famous Filipino. He's playing Vietnamese player Fong. Fong won the opening rack there. Fu Che Wei, Chinese Taipei, 2-0 up against Labutus. And Lechner, well, he's flying. Dispatched SVB 9 racks to 0. Apparently run 8 racks in that match. He's won the first 2 overture. Lechner's one to watch here. Breaks very good in this format. And Woodward's won the first against Marvin. This is from the Philippines.
Yeah, Lechner obviously breaking the balls as well as anyone, and I think he's made a few little technical changes, nothing major, just a little better timing overall and with the swing, and certainly going to pay off. What a hard worker.
11 Filipinos playing this morning in the first 16 matches of the last 32.
Yeah, well, kind of knew that coming in. It's just a matter of how many players they bring over. It's not a far distance away from Vietnam, another Southeast Asian country. And the most impressive thing, I think, is the age. What's the overall average age of most of the names we don't know?
Yeah, probably about 20 by the looks of it.
All right, difficult shot, even though straight in, trying to go forward with the cue ball. And I'm really surprised he stunned that. I understand distance, but you know how hard it is to stun that far forward? I think he had to roll that ball, really.
Yeah, stun run through, you usually go through a few inches, don't you? Not a foot or 2.
Yeah, it doesn't make much sense, really. If you're closer to the ball, you just roll it and you're no worries. You don't even play the stun. Really, it's on, like Carl said, only when you really kind of want a few inches and you have some distance.
Also, not forgetting DeLuna and Raga, they're both out in action early doors in their matches as well. So this is a stacked morning we have here. Kraus has got work to do.
Yeah, he's on the fence here. This is the shot you talked about yesterday, that maybe you come off the right side of the purple, trying to come 3 rails behind the 9. If not, leave a long, tough, straight-in shot on the 5, especially early in the match. Well, that's what I was saying on the fence. I mean, if you like the cut, it's hard to pass.
Yeah, especially when you know the pockets are forgiving. It's very difficult to turn that option down. If that was on one of the outer tables at the US Open, I'm not so sure you'd be taking that on. I mean, you still could, but...
Well, I think the racks that I've run here, you got to sit there and say, hey, if I knock this ball in, I can run some racks. I play a safety, and maybe my opponent knocks it in. He can run some racks. I think that plays a little bit in these tournaments when we're seeing the pockets play a little softer.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Do you remember when Matchroom asked us some questions? I believe it went in a magazine. I'm not sure which magazine. Maybe the Mosconi Cup magazine. They asked myself, you, Phil Yates, and Michael McMullen, and we all... One of the questions was pick someone who, like, I don't know if it was a future star or somebody who's going to do
someone
damage.
to win a big tournament soon. Yeah.
I picked Kraus. Who did you pick? You remember?
First, someone I picked Camino Sudo, and actually he went on to win a tournament in Boston not long after that. Oh, not Boston, excuse me. He won the Super Billiards Expo.
Yeah, Super Billiards Expo. I think Phil Yates picked somebody like Victor Zielinski. I said, that's not a pick. Yeah, relax, pal. That's not really a pick. Seems to have the breakdown in the opening two.
I don't think you can get this far without it. Not with this field, the way the tables are playing.
Yeah, one ball goes in again. The cue ball got kicked off a ball. That's why it's come low. Well, this is interesting. If you can see the potting angle, he can break the balls out, but he looks a bit narked about that.
Yeah, I think he's cut off the make, maybe. Maybe he can get at the blue too, but just the left side. Maybe not. Well, you know he's going to take it on if he can't play it. Ball should open nicely. He doesn't have to hit it hard, I don't think. If he catches the top of the three, it should trickle out. Locked up, and ball's dead. So this is going to be a decision here. Pretty easy long rail kick. You can, I think, the way the pockets are playing, as long as you don't hit it too light, you can hit a few different places on the three. I think he's got to go here.
Yeah, if you're tuning in for the first time, as long as you're at the lowest ball first, at 9-ball, any ball can go in the pocket. You stay at the table just like that. Always seemed like position on the three was a little bit of guesswork. I think he's still okay though. I think he can. Yeah, he's definitely okay here.
Yeah, and the way the tables are playing, I think he can kill the ball easily on the left. No problem.
Needs an angle on the 5 though, because the 6 don't pass the 8.
Yeah, surprising he didn't play to bump that rail. I mean, you know, anything underneath that 5 gets you into that 6-8, and you kind of always have the feel for that, right? The rail. Has he drawn this all the way back and up?
Yeah, look at this for a shot, folks. Wow. How'd you like this for an effort, JJ?
Yeah, well, that tells us the 6 plays. And he's got a little bit of a funny one here. If he can't really put right English, he's got to kind of hit this a little mild to come up the left side and have the 7 for the top right. Could come out for the 7-9 if he can apply a little right spin.
Yeah, just needs to try and avoid the 8-ball if that's possible. Wasn't possible.
Well, that's why I said he had to hit it light if he was not able to spin it. And it had to be a little bit of a light stroke, which is a touchy shot when the balls are near.
Cue ball looks to have come out far enough, so at least he's not hooked on the 7. I wonder if... I'm just saying, I wonder if he's got a dead easy hook. I know the bank might be going close. Listen, he's attacking the table. He's shown us that in the opening 2.
Well, the bank, he may be able to hold the ball for a snooker. Probably very low percentage making the bank, and hold position on the 8. I think he's just got to shoot this in. Maybe come 3 rails, bump the 9, something like that. You could level out. Most players want to dig on the cue ball shooting this shot, though. I think trying to go 4 rails to get position is what got the best of him there. I thought he would dig on the cue ball and just kind of come a couple rails and maybe get on the backside of the 9.
Yeah, and this could have come out a lot easier for Anne at the table. Needs a rack. Certainly looks the part. Them type of safety shots on a bigger pocket table just feel a lot harder, don't they? You're just so scared of leaving any kind of thin snip pot.
Yeah, and I think just play the rail speed with the cue ball on the bigger pocket. Not, you know, it's not huge. It's just playing a little bigger with the conditions.
It's a good shot. Always using the 9-ball there, so this will be a kick off the back rail, possibly 2 rails, maybe 2 rails actually, because of where the 8 is.
Yeah, I agree. If you come underneath it, you got action with the 8 and the 9 to help you out. You know, after that miss on the 7, they had a good look at Mickey and seemed pretty calm. So that tells me he's feeling good about his game, doesn't mind a mistake on a tough shot, just waiting to get another opportunity. This is the kick on the slick table that's often misjudged off the second rail. Looks like his aiming point's pretty good, though. He's going pretty deep up the rail here.
Needs a little help. I believe this ball pots.
Is thin, though. So the speed's got to be pretty decent up and down the table with the cue ball. Maybe able to float it.
Well, that just shows you how tight it was, because it looked okay en route. Just caught the jaw, stayed over. Can Anne finally get a rack on the board?
Yeah, no real worries here. I think a little concerned because he can't really use a rail to really gauge the speed. It's just got to be 2 rails out to the center. Still, though, pretty easy play.
Okay, Anne is off the board, 2-1. Let's take you around the arena. Ruiz 2-1 up over Clark. Billy Thorpe seems to be doing okay here at the Peri 9-ball Open, 2-1 up in his game. James Aranas still at 2-0 over Neuhausen. What a little run Neuhausen has been on the World 9-ball Tour recently. Jeffrey Consigna Roda 4-0 up in that all Filipino clash. Feliciano 5-0 up over Pearl Ivanovic. Kopo Cheng, 2-time World 9-ball runner up, 4-0 up in his match. So that tells me there's some racks being run out there. Fuchi Wei also 4-0 up.
I kind of equate it to golf a little bit when I look at it. And, you know, certain courses, they make a lot of birdies, right? So you just got to have that mentality to attack. And I think it's the same thing here when the pockets are playing a little more friendly. And, of course, all the players seem to be in really good form. which we've seen it even when the tougher equipment, some of the tournaments where the players are just getting super aggressive. And look at Kachi at the UK Open and what Johan Shua did, and the World Cup, of course, and his partner James Aranis. Take on this kick, going to the side rail, trying to bank the one up the rail near the 7 and come across. It's not easy. I think you do have a little bit of room for error there, though.
Yeah, at first he was looking just to roll the cue ball in the same line and just giving Mickey the option of playing the same shot.
We talked about that yesterday during a match, and I think that's a good idea sometimes, because it is on the fence. It's difficult. The only thing you bring here is the kick to make the one. You give an option to, if he likes it, like Efren. You want Efren kicking cross corner at this? Maybe Mickey ain't quite Efren, but still you have to consider. And that's what I mean, maybe, the way these tables are playing, just trying to run more racks, maybe extend a lead, you might go after this kick shot. I don't even think either player really saw that.
No, I didn't look at it. I mean, difficult to see if Hans had a sneaky look, like you said yesterday. Don't give too much away. But Mickey's definitely not come round and had a look. But there's definitely a piece of value there. Sitting very close to that pocket.
Yeah, but it's sitting kind of perfect on the kick to make it. Beautiful. Really nice. May not pay off, but beautiful hit. Knows he's going to be a little stitched here when he comes back to the table.
Nice touch there from Ant. Still got to play them shots, haven't you? Obviously, it was big favourite to get the hook, but whenever you roll in the ball, is he trying to make this ball or just nestle on the ball? Dead weight.
Yeah, I think it's the second. Oh, he went for the firmer hit. Beautiful. Really nice. Got the cue ball on the cushion. Going to make An come with a nice shot on the one to get started here in game 4. Tricky out though. See the 1 and 2 play. The pink 4 has a couple pockets, but you got to get back down on the purple 5 that only has 1 pocket. So a lot going on in this rack besides this first opener that's pretty difficult.
Overcooked it. And he's just seeing if he can get the jump cue out. Can he reach it? He's quite a tall man. Coming off the back rail.
Yeah, he just wants to guide the one by. Put a little speed on this, that way you can hold the cue ball. Man, he can get to the edge, it looks like, though, to cross this one over and run the cue ball.
Yeah, I believe that's the better shot choice. Had to be that shot, didn't it, JJ?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, too many ways to come clean, and if you do let him see it, it's going to be nothing easy and maybe a difficult hit here.
Yeah, and in the end, he played it very well.
when you come that, kind of soft speed behind that one ball there, even though it is one ball, it's a pretty big clip, so it covers a lot of territory for the one ball to get placed in a good position. Maybe the jump cue here?
I thought you could go in between the pink 4 and the 9 ball. Get the cue ball arcing a little bit.
Players are so good. He's going to try and hold the ball. Filler has become so good at this shot from distance. It's almost like he's not jumping the ball at all. Just like there, I mean, you're taking a chance. You're just trying to hold the cue ball, but how well is that executed? Considering it's the jump cue.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. To hold the cue ball there, it's very easy to see the white ball fly around the table. Here's another look.
Yeah, you could get a double kiss from distance trying to hit it so full, and so a nice hit that got paid with a little reward. This got tough. I mean, you can see the one, but is there really much future? I guess you're trying to come behind the purple. Kind of looks like the one's going to roam over the pocket, though. That was pretty thin.
He'll take that from there.
Should bank the one straight down the table and kind of push the cue ball through behind the green 6. He's got the purple and the pink and the green 6 to work with. There are other shots. And here, don't worry about the one getting all the way down. You've got to realize you have a the best of it. Big advantage. Just play the cue ball, the one about the center of the table. Cut it a bit much.
So you can see the left edge. He could overcut the ball.
Yeah, I think the overcut or try to make it is the play, but he's worried about being able to run the cue ball safe. Maybe just tickies this.
Well, that's gone wrong. Just feel like when we look at the sort of level where Mickey's at, is them type of decisions what let this level of player down. Because I don't believe like a Joshua Filler or a Fedor Ghost SVB would play that exact shot.
Yeah, and a lot of it's just knowing what the percentages of the outcome is, and they're against you. I think probably they would have went maybe for the make with speed, trying to run the cue ball. Maybe just he kind of didn't commit to one way or another. It seemed like, oh, let me try to make it, play it light. It was kind of in between. So you either play the real clip on the one, or you go ahead and go for the shot. And I think the two differences when I started playing professionally was that right there, the commitment to what you're doing, because even if it's a funny decision, if you execute, you can overcome a little bit of a bad decision quite often. And the other part that I saw the difference between the top players is they grind out those extra games here and there, with just a few kicks, a few extra safeties. Can he take this in the corner, or does he have to cut it in the side and go by the 9, maybe run into the 9?
Looks pretty straight into the corner. He's going in the side, he's just reminding himself where the pocket is.
Yeah, he's going to try and draw by the 9. Doesn't want to get too deep. Could involve the 8 off the second cushion.
He's showing us he's got the shots, JJ. Obviously, we've never seen this young man play. This is why we've come over to Vietnam, by the way. A couple of tournaments here after this tournament. The Hanoi Open starts on Tuesday, 10th till the 15th. Tickets are still available. Head over to matchroompool.com. Come and watch these boys carve it out in the inaugural Hanoi Open.
Yeah, really good cueing so far. Quite a few good decisions. Kind of shot that can get a little funny with the top ball on the slick table. Wants to get all the way over to the side rail just to draw off the 7 back for the black 8. It's going to end up a little short and a big stretch. And about as awkward as you could get in a few ways with the layout of this table with 3 balls remaining. Not only stretched, not a ton of angle, but can't quite draw it back for the 8. He's got to move it one way or another. If he could reach it, I think he'd like to zigzag the cue ball back and forth to the center, taking a cut. Top inside is a heavy task on the slick table.
Well, he's having some serious issues here in reaching this shot.
Yeah, it looks like he changed extensions to a little bit longer. Yeah, I really like the zigzag, but it looks like he's going with the inside, so.
On a club table, it's very easy, that shot, to get a lot lower, but you can see the cue ball still spinning. Just cue ball loses its revolution on this slidey cloth. But again, this is one of them shots where you still fancy potting this ball.
Yeah, it's a funny one. This is where, of course, you maybe want a hair of left English, but you don't want to go too much. You don't mind a little bit of a cut on the 9, kind of simplifying the 8.
Well, I'll tell you what, JJ, Anne is showing us he can play 9-ball. He's played a few shots now in the opening 4 racks, which, you know, just tells you he knows what's going on. Even the pink 4 into the side, off a couple of rails. That 8-ball was not easy, and he played it with quite a lot of spin to get this lovely shot on the 9-ball.
And another impressive thing to me is the cue action, right? Really fluid, long. Means even though maybe nervous, he's really holding up. And he had to play a lot of nice shots here, and not only shots, but decisions before the shot that were really solid. Jacked up there on the 5. I think he played the 6 correct. You know, you kind of got to smooth it around on that shot, but ended up a little short. Had to play a funny shot on the 7 with the extension. Great shot on the 8, and then finished it with a nice 9-ball.
Fedor Ghost is in action. He's leading Tung 5 racks to 2. Okolo's tied up 4-4 now against Fong. Johan Chua, Max Lechner tied at 3 apiece. Your buddy Woodward's going along nicely 4-2 against Filipino Marvin Assis. And I believe Billy Thorpe was winning by 1 rack as well. 3-2 over Do Van Kai. Probably the break is a tiny bit suspect, even though he's made a ball. Just because when you watch Mickey Krause and the 1 ball keeps disappearing.
Yeah, it looked a little thin here, the 1. Cue ball dove pretty low. It wasn't terrible, actually, to hit on the 1. It's going to get a reward of a rare ball besides the 1, at least this week from what we've seen. Pretty easy combination, just got to pay attention. You can run the cue ball a little bit.
I believe he's overdone it, has he? No, he's not. At first, I thought he'd overdone it.
Yeah, his body language thought may have overcut the 1 into the 3, and he did overcut it a bit. That's why he lost the cue ball. Played the 3 to what looked like the right side of the pocket. That's why the 1 went upward a little bit.
Big favourite to make the jump shot. I know we don't know his jump skills, but this is not difficult in the world of jump shots.
Well, just his age tells me he probably jumps the ball pretty well, or what I feel is his age.
Okay, big mistake here in rack 5.
Can he bank this comfortably? Oh no, this is not. This is way down there, and difficult cut. Not much protection, banking it cross corner. Cross side, a little doable, but a lot of cut on that. Put him behind the 8 here, Carl? Just kind of.
Yeah, I was just thinking that myself from that camera angle we just seen.
Could drop him behind the 7 as well. Not too difficult, but a little touchy with the 2 there. I think getting behind the 8 is quite difficult as well. The 7's going to hold up the 1 or the 2 is, I think anyways. Can't play it thick enough to come across. You have to cut it a bit.
Yeah, so what you're saying is if your cue ball goes back towards the 8, he's scared of protecting the 1. That's why he's gone for the cut. Okay.
Didn't mind it, really. I thought the safety was difficult.
Yeah, again, on this table, I know we keep talking about that, but you don't mind playing a few of them type of shots? As you said, winner breaks, maybe run 3 or 4 as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think in time, I think it's already out there, but I think in time we'll have more of analytics in the game, and it's going to look at certain scores and the way the tables are playing, the break and runs per match and stuff like that. It's going to tell you when you're on the fence, hey, on this equipment, this format, this week, it's time to go.
Well, I know you love your stats, so I'm sure you can't wait for that moment to come. It will come as well, by the way. I'm sure at some point we'll be dissecting break speeds and all sorts of things. Who's got the hardest break and all kind of fun stats. Who's the slowest player and all these kind of things.
Yeah, more topics coming for sure, and kind of that look at Mickey kind of tells you a lot about Mickey. He really is pretty even keel overall, even after a match, you know, whether it be a big win or you can tell he's excited on a big win, but it doesn't go over the top, and he doesn't have too many real lows either.
Okay, he's kicking this side because he's trying to make it in the pocket, but he could kick the other way in between the blue and the brown. He's guaranteed the hit, could also pot it. Cue ball would run up table.
Yeah, you could even play the thick hit on the 1 to bang the 1 around. You know, he has really a lot of options going to the other rail, but what do we know?
That's why we're sat here, JJ.
Yeah, it's a good place for us. Boy, how confident was the speed right there as well, right? Didn't really just kind of hammer at it, really kept his accuracy. James Aranis is kind of like a little kind of a hero for On. He's got to kind of like that same cue action in the back, right? Kind of like that pump in the arm. You see the elbow in the back. That's almost identical to Aranis.
The only issue is Aranis might be younger.
True. Maybe it was Aranis that followed On.
But yeah, from that view, you could be well mistaken for thinking we're watching James Aranis.
Yeah, the arm sleeves, that kind of adds a little to it, but definitely the back arm, to me, watching that motion, very similar. And then it calms way down with the final stroke, just like Aranis.
Yeah, I agree. You've clocked it, pal.
Looks like he's really kind of played on the slick table a lot, it seems. Like the tempo in the stroke was just kind of perfect to move the ball.
Well, he's done well here. He lost the opening 2. He's played some good shots. This rack was a fabulous kick on the 1 ball. That gets him the lead, 3-2. This is a game on now for Mickey Krause. He has shown he can play this game. He's got all the shots. Sends a little message. This was the first chance, just lost a cue ball.
Yeah, and it was just a hit on the 1 that really caused the problems there, but got away with the jump shot a bit. Mickey had a tough one to go at. Mickey kind of got away with it, but then On came with the kick shot and even a better out after that.
Well, we were talking about James Aranis. Aranis is 8-0 up over Moritz Neuhausen. I'm certain there's been a package there. Same can be said for Jeffrey Consigna Roda, another Filipino. He's playing fellow countryman Michael Bonanen. He's 7-1 up Roda. So many unknown Filipino names. Unknown to us, JJ, is what I mean. I'm sure they're known in their country, of course. Fedor Gorst going along nicely, 6-2 up. Good to see Fedor competing here in Vietnam after his fabulous run in the US Open. Unfortunately lost in the final. I know how that feels.
Well, changing sides on the break, so trying to get something going on that end. Everything else has been pretty spectacular so far.
Who beat you in the final of the US Open, JJ?
Johnny Archer.
Johnny Archer. What score was that?
11-7. He had me 7-1. I didn't make a mistake. Finally got a shot. I run a bunch of racks to get it 7-7. And then the Dirty Rat double banked a ball in on me.
Wow.
And then that was it.
He played it or fluked it?
Oh, he fluked it.
Ouch.
3-ball. Yeah, but, you know, Johnny had been there a few times and nothing went his way in that final. And everybody knows about that famous final that Tommy Kennedy won in the early 90s, and I believe it was 91. So Johnny deserved a little luck in that final. And he played great too. Just we always remember the ones that sting a little bit.
Needs to travel. It has travelled, but this is a really easy kick shot. Just got to try and find a way of getting it safe.
Yeah, maybe a little light on the... Should be all right to knock the 1 over by the pink and kind of run the cue ball up the table. I mean, this is not hard at all. This is a matter of just seeing the shot. Maybe a little suspect push out, though. Did he miss the push out, trying to push out to a kick right there and accidentally let him see a piece of the 1? Yeah, this is just experience. This actually lays just about perfect, especially with the 4 and the 7 up table. You can easily get the 1 across and just kind of ticky the rail going up the table with the cue ball. I think he sees it now.
I
think probably 50-50 to get the snooker, really. I hit it too thick. It's going to give up a shot. If you want to know a little more about that shot, though, always just think get it past the side. Don't think underneath the pink 4. If you get it past the side, you get a little thinner hit. The cue ball runs a little more up that rail, and you get a little more use out of that brown 7 and pink 4. It appears Mickey can't get really close to this 2, so he's going to have to take a little distance there. I think he got just perfect where he's thick enough to be able to control it and draw kind of short side on the 3. Could go into the 9. Hard to fault that.
Well, he's aiming low on the cue ball. Played that with English and all. I don't know if it was intentional English, but there was definitely a bit of right on it. Not scared to draw the ball. We've seen that in one of the earlier racks.
And these are important shots early. Got to make sure you know what you want to do. Like we talked about before, that commitment to the shot a little bit. 3 needs to get past the side. Not bad. Did leave a thin cut with the jump cue, but not easy, but one he'll certainly attack with, I believe anyways. The kick's very difficult to cross because the scratch is so huge. Of course, Carr and I here in the comms area on a great setup, but it seems like, you know, our TV table has been the one where there's been a lot of battling back and forth early in the games while we watch these score lines on the outer tables. Seems like just racks being run one after another.
Yeah, we always leave the com box and we get told there's been a 6 or a 7 pack, and I just never seem to believe it. Just doesn't seem to happen on the main table.
Well, the good thing, I think, like Lechner's, there's 3 tables being streamed here, so I think it is fact. He ran 7 or 8 racks against SVB last night. Interesting setup to draw the ball there. I always set up to follow when I have a choice, as long as it's not kind of ridiculous, right? Or even like a stun over up the table rather than just a pure draw stroke.
I know before Mickey set on his travels to the US, he did spend a lot of time with Niels Feijen. Big practice sessions with Niels, so he definitely has prepared right growing up. I'm sure if you spend many hours with Niels, you learn a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Very well-rounded player, and he's shown it for 20 plus years. Of course, a Hall of Famer to be inducted later this year.
Probably a little bit short of pace. But he's made the 9 to tie it up again, 3-3. Our first result is in. James Aranas has beat Neuhausen 10 racks to 0.
It was just a couple weeks ago before the U.S. Open. There was a ranking event in Connecticut at Jason Shaw's pool room, and very successful event and very successful for Neuhausen, who put a lot of racks on people there. So it's going to come and go for these players. And Morris did take down that title, by the way.
Where's he going here with the cue ball?
Yeah, well, he had no left spin on the cue ball. And again, little things like that, right? You were talking about earlier. I mean, slick table, pockets playing, you know, in a comfortable manner for the players. I mean, you got to look at the 5 all the way up, especially with the 6 so available. You got to look at short side on these TV tables.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, JJ. I mean, he's completely lost the plot here. And this is what I was talking about before, decision making. Maybe that's what lets Mickey Krause down at certain times, because there's no need to be trying to rip the cue ball in. Such a good potter. We're playing on probably 4.5-inch pockets really here, maybe even a slightly bit bigger.
Well, especially any shot down the rail like that. I mean, you're going to get in a pretty comfortable position, and the 6 wasn't pinned on another rail. I mean, it was fairly open. Just like you were talking about that big match there at the U.S. Open. You know, Mickey had a pretty big lead in that match against FSR, and you got to believe maybe there were some decisions that came in, not so much execution flaws, but, you know, we talked about it yesterday or maybe the day before. Some players, till they learn otherwise, they get a little bit more nervous or maybe some brain lock when it's time to win. It's something I talk about all the time, and, you know, especially the slick table. It's not so much what you want to do. It's more or less what you kind of need to do.
Poor decision from Krause. Hands the rack over to Anne. Kind of just get the feeling this match is going to go this way. Yeah, this was the decision. Could have gone forward with a cue ball, but even drawing it, where was he actually trying to draw the ball there?
Well, that's the thing. He really didn't have that left side to kind of pick up the speed on the cue ball, and really hard to move the ball on the slick table at times anyways. Anytime you're on a full hit, it's extra special whether you're drawing or going forward.
If anything, it had right spin on it when you look at the replay there. Must have just cued across it. No timeout though, so Krause just stays there, sweats it out. 4-3. Now a race to 10. We've moved up from 9. This is last 32 action. We will also be playing last 16 later on. And I believe quarterfinals as well, JJ.
Yeah, that's right. Carl will carry only the final 4 in tomorrow, and the best break off so far for On, and he's going to get a shot. You know how we always feel about a big mistake on a previous game.
Yeah, look at this one. Best break of the match for On.
One of the best we've seen on this table all week, really.
All about the first shot as well. Just make sure you come past the 6, not too far. So there's still a little bit of work to do here.
Yeah, but I don't really have any worries, just because every shot that's been something that takes a little experience on the TV table or the slick table, he's hit it perfectly, like the speed and the stroke. So I don't really see a problem.
anxious look, but he's okay.
Yeah, he recognized he caught the 2 a little thick to the pocket, but still the speed, that medium really moves the ball the best. You can see a right-handed player, but a very left-eye dominant player. Notice more of that, it seems like, every day I watch.
And has reached the halfway stage of this match, and it's come from the help of Mickey Krause. Hooked himself in the previous rack, and then Anne cleared up, and then he's just had a break and run. The best break of the match so far for Anne. And as JJ says, he looks like he's going along nicely here. He's playing all the shots, very composed. Playing the table very good as well, the slick cloth. Giving Krause something to think about, because Krause was the man who started off well in this game.
Yeah, and it's one thing if, you know, things just haven't gone your way, but there were a few moments so far that Krause would like to have back. And tell you what, best break off yet so far, and he's changed a few positions. I doubt he changes off the last, but we'll see if he can continue that. He's going to get a nice look at the 2 again, I believe, anyways. And I think, you know, as much as making the 1 on the side, when you get so much action on the balls, that's when you know you're breaking them well. The timing's right, and the hit on the 1 is pretty darn good.
A little off straight, it looks like, from that camera angle.
Yeah, you remember the pink 4 early. He played in the side when he had it in the corner. Maybe the same situation here. I think the run through kind of puts him into the pink a little bit. Is he trying to power this?
I think he's playing the hook.
Really?
Yeah. Well, he's looking anyway, but he's not made his mind up, but I certainly felt he was aiming there. Just a little stop shot behind the 9.
I think he's going to end up playing it in the side, really, even though he hasn't looked that way yet. Well, now he's cueing towards the corner, and maybe that snooker you were talking about.
If the cue ball's touching the 9, that is very handy.
Yeah, and look at the speed on the 2, really making the 1 rail cross kind of eliminated and jacked up, so hard to get a lot of speed on the 2-railer, playing all ball fouls.
We go back to decision making, JJ. Be very easy to be tempted to try and do something a little flash. You know, try and power something in the corner. Obviously we had your option in the side pocket, but decided not to.
Any hit has a lot of good things that can happen.
Watch outside pocket. patience, decision making is paying off here for Anne. It really is. Smart play on the blue 2. I'm not saying this match is over because it isn't, but you can really tell the tape here, can't you? This has all been about Krause. 2 or 3 options where maybe he could have chose a different path. And it looks like he's going to be 6-3 down. Still got to run these balls.
Yeah, his opponent's got to knock a lot of balls in and made some tough decisions and backed it up with execution. So I think what you're getting at is you don't feel like he's going to get help from his opponent. He's going to need a little help from the pool gods to get back on the map here. I think he's gotten pretty perfect here. Just stay off the rail with the cue ball going forward.
Showing all the signs here. It really is. Yep, the timeout has come for Mickey Krause. I don't blame him.
Yeah, and of course I'm always fascinated by the slick table and how things can become a little different. Used to be some of the Asian players, Filipinos included, would get a little lost on it just because they didn't play on it much. And maybe that's changed here in Asia. Of course, in the Philippines, they're playing all those events, right? All those matches and whatnot. Of course, those tables pretty new felt. The players probably getting used to it. And of course, here in Vietnam, it seems like the pool rooms and the pool community, they take care of everything. The equipment's awesome. So maybe the players are a bit more used to the slick felt than kind of imagined going in.
Right, let's have a quick look at some of the live scores. If you want to check out live scores yourself, digitalpool.com if you don't know by now. Sanchez Ruiz, world number 1. 5-2 up over Sullivan Clark. Sullivan Clark is from New Zealand. Billy Thorpe, 6-4 up over Do Van Kai. He's from Vietnam. So Billy's doing okay here, JJ. Seems to be going along nicely.
Well, I think he's been trending in that direction a bit.
Michael Feliciano, what a name that is, from the Philippines. He's playing Sanjay Perlovanovic. Feliciano, 9-3 up. Filipinos not messing about this morning. Kyle Amoroto, 5-4 over Jean Ribon. Fedor Gorse wins another rack, 7-3 against Tung. Okolo in a tight battle against Fong, 6-5 Okolo. Labutis, Piers Labutis that is, he's won 1 rack. Fuche Wei, he's on 9, so another fast match. Johan Chua 6-4 over Lechner. Niels Fine still going strong. We watched him on the stream yesterday. 6-3 over Nazim Udin Ahmed. Luri Teng 5-3 up over Raga. Jeffrey DeLuna flying. He's on the hill. 9-2 over Pham Phong Nam.
Well, no mention of Sky Woodward, so I guess he advanced. He had a lead. Wasn't a big lead, though.
Yeah, well spotted.
Of course, a big lead can become much bigger. The way the tables are seems to be giving up a lot of breaking runs, and of course the players informed with so many events here in the fall of 2023. I say fall. We're in Vietnam. I think it's actually springtime for them here in the southern hemisphere. Mickey back at the table now. On to break. Doubled the score at 6-3. Seems like the break is coming around. He's missed the one, but he's been one of the few players that have really made other balls when the one has been missed. And now a beautiful kind of double, triple kiss on the one as the cue ball and the one head towards that upper corner. You see one kiss, two kiss. And now really just one shot away from most likely getting in position to make this lead greater. And it's a funny out. The 1 to the 2, not easy. 3-5 kind of near each other, which shouldn't be a bad thing, but the 7-8. So he's got some work.
Yeah, just to confirm, Woodward did win his match 10-4 over Marvin Assis from the Philippines, so Woodward's through.
Oh, watch out. Probably flirted with that corner a bit more than he wanted. Had to cheat the pocket on the one a bit, but is this funny to hold here, Carl? I mean, anytime you're behind it, what I find when I make a mistake trying to hold the ball here, I let up on the stroke a little bit. Yeah, really nice. Oh, he's let this go though.
Yeah, I thought when it was rolling, it looked a little bit keen. So the first real shot we've seen played bad from Ant. Did have the option of floating up to the centre of the table as well.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at when I brought it up to you about, holding the ball. He's got the option to go with it.
I just noticed on his right elbow he has the 3-ball tattooed on his elbow, and it's the 3-ball that may cause some issues.
I think he's a favorite. Oh, 9-ball. Wow. So now Mickey in a funny position. He can see a little piece of the 3.
Can he go for the 9-ball with a cue ball?
Ooh, can he get around the 8? Ooh, that's thin. I think he can, though, and I think it's really the shot. You got the 5-6 there. There's a lot of cover. Go ahead and put a little speed on this.
Yeah, it'd be very unlucky to scratch. Rail into the 9, and then the cue ball scratch. Here we go. Here we go.
Hit.
It's a fine effort, though. It really was a fine effort. And as JJ said, the green and the purple was always going to come into play, you feel.
Yeah, he can get by the 6, but I don't think the angle really lays. I don't think the table lays to try and make the 9 here.
Can he get behind it and kick and stick and just try and get rid of the 3 or not?
Yeah, I think that's as doable as anything. I don't know if the 3's up the rail a little more. There's kind of a 3 cushion shot where you go into the rail, catch the 3, and run 3 rails at the 9 with the cue ball. Seen Efren play that shot before. Got to hit with little speed, not a high ball though. You'll go long. See this shot here?
Well, I tell you what, JJ, what an effort that was.
Yeah. It's weird. Funny shot. It's a shot I've thought of so many times. I'm waiting for it to come up when I'm at the table, and it never seems to come up, but I've seen it played a few times.
So Ann looks like Chua, played like Efren.
Yeah, and struck it like Earl.
It's got a mixture of everybody.
Pretty sweet to be able to recognize that, though. I mean, that's beyond 9-ball experience, really.
Everyone's chasing the 9 at the minute. Needs help from the 8-ball. Or the side pocket, because you can't put this down the rail without scratching.
Talk about that 9. think he can play the bank. You have to know how to hit it. Can't jack up on this. You got to hit it with some speed and let it tighten with a full hit on the 3. Could get a double kiss. Yeah, you have to kind of warp that a little bit. That way the 3 bounces, the cue ball bounces a hair, and now Mickey should get it back on the board.
Yeah, exciting racket. All started because Anne played a poor positional shot, didn't hold the cue ball for the red 3. Kraus finally chases the 9 and makes it. Gets another rack on the board. Been a good match this though, and showed a lot of game, hasn't he, JJ? Even the one you've just called chased the cue ball round, so he knows what's going on a 9-foot pool table.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's again not a shot you're really gonna develop playing 9-ball all the time. It's a lot of gut instinct. Maybe, you know, it's played a little 3 cushion at times. And surprised he rifled that 9 as hard as he hit it there on the combination, but maybe taking out a little frustration, getting back on the board.
Kraus looks to me, he's like one of them players though who prefers to like play things at pace. Seen that 3 or 4 times now in this match. Still more than capable because he breaks very good. And he's only 6'4". Yeah, there you see the 1 ball disappear. This is going to set up nicely. Where's the 6 ball going? Okay, there's a bit of action with the pink 4 ball. Wants to get close to the 4 if he's going to play the combo.
Is the brown 7 making, you know, that simple shot on the 2 a little uncomfortable to get good on the 3? Should be okay. Really good execution there, and unless it falls just really funny, should be able to get fairly close to this combo now.
Yeah, such a huge difference if you could put the cue ball where you want for this combination, as opposed to when he plays position. If he doesn't get right in behind it, it can really become missable.
He's looking to draw the ball up the rail.
He seems to do this a lot, doesn't he, JJ? He seems to like to get this ball ripping, but surely the shot is just stun off the side rail and just try and get straight as you can on the combo. Okay.
All right, he's going to play the bank.
I can't believe this is the right shot.
No, and I tell you, it's a lot of mental. You just got to realize it's not that hard of a combination for these players if they get in position. Just got to say, I'm knocking that ball in.
Yeah, I think for me, if I was playing in that instance, I'd be thinking, right, ideally straight on the combo. But if I didn't get straight on it, I'd really build myself up to play the shot. And again, it's another mistake, a mental error for me there from Kraus.
Yeah, this isn't your club table. Engaging those banks, it's just not that easy.
Yeah, but even then, I don't think the top boys play for the bank. I'm convinced everyone plays for the combo, though.
Well, that's what I mean. Is you know, even if you're a great banker, you know, and you're faced with that shot, whether you had an option to get on the combo or not, you're just not a huge favorite to make it. So to make the decision to choose the bank over the combination, little suspect.
Yeah. Also, the pockets, we know they're playing generous. So how good did you need to get on the combo? Because the 6 doesn't have to go in clean.
Yeah, the pocket's not the one to gauge that's that difficult. It's the rail you have to bank the ball into that's much more difficult to gauge.
Well, I know Billy Thorpe's a fantastic banker of the ball, and I can't imagine him even playing for the bank shot on any table.
No, 100%. Even on the tight equipment, you're going down with the combination. but even more so on the softer stuff.
Well, especially where he landed on the 3-0. He actually landed perfect.
Well, I think also even Mickey, and not to knock Mickey, we're just talking about pool in general, you know, and everything that goes through your head. You saw him get down to stun the ball into position for the combo, and then he started looking around about drawing the cue ball and stuff like that. Now he's going to try and tie ball up. Is that right? No?
Well, he's having a mini Mickey Krause meltdown here at the minute. JJ, question for you. How does Mickey Krause turn bad decision making into good decision making?
Well, I'll tell you the one thing, you know, you talked about him spending time with Niels, right? And that's a huge thing. But one thing about Mickey, when you really see him at the tournaments, he's great with everyone. He's a great kid, never has a bad negative thing to say, not only about himself but anyone else, but really doesn't have that running buddy that's a great player. And I think that really means something. I mean, that means as much as having a coach, you know, in our sport. It's very rare, right, that you see a young player that, you know, doesn't kind of, you know, fall under the wing of another previous veteran or another great player that's currently playing the tour. Got to take a tough one on the 7, it appears. Just kind of take your medicine. The 8's over the hole. And really, I mean, once you settle yourself, get a little past the 8, the 7 is not that difficult with just a straight ball. Wow, got a lot out of that.
That is unbelievable how he's got the cue ball there.
How much did that take? It looked like he barely feathered it, and the right spin just kind of magnified as the cue ball went to the rail.
I thought I was seeing things for a minute. I thought we were just going to float past the 8.
Yeah, I would have, you know, as a caddy, I would have really kind of leaned against the shot he played. But like we talked about, I mean, he's really played the slick table beautifully.
Yeah, you could see the top rail again there, just bouncing a little quicker than the others.
Yeah, and I think, I just don't think that Mickey has entirely built that gut instinct that he can trust. The only way you're going to trust it is to start using it. That's how it goes.
This was a nice opener, just to get past the 7, landing perfect on the 3. Went for the bank, missed the bank, and this is why. This was a wonderful shot. Usually that sort of spins the other way and you can't get down table.
Yeah, it just kind of fizzles right there. And I'll tell you another decision that I thought was probably something I wouldn't do very often is try to tie that 6 up. He had a one real kick, you know, at the object ball there. I think it was the pink 4. So he's got to turn it around, but he's got to get a chance first.
This is definitely going to help Mickey though. Ball in hand.
Yeah, it seems like it's better than a timeout to regroup, ball in hand, just get you in position on that first shot. You're comfortable to start the rack, of course. Don't really see many problems here at all.
No, these balls are sat really kind. And this is the beauty of 9-ball pool. You know, it's all been about Anne. He's played a real solid set. Maybe just one positional error. It's Mickey Krause who's probably made 3 or 4 errors, and if he wins this rack, he's only 7-5 behind. That's not a lot.
No, it's just that's why the early racks, you know, are so important, because things can change several times throughout a match. And you know, everyone always talks about a heel or the games towards the end of matches, but once you start to play it right, they're also very important. He's got to keep focus here. I'm saying it's a very missable ball, but you know, when, as we say back home, when you're greased, you will slide a little bit.
Yeah, we said it was a kind split. The scratch on the break. Routine finish. And there goes the 9. So we're at 7-5.
Yeah, I talked to Mickey after that match yesterday. He wasn't too happy with his performance besides the end of the match. He said he broke around a few racks to finish. So let's see if he can kind of repeat that and put some things together at the breaking end now. Didn't hear you mention Niels Van's name in the last update of scores. He had a lead.
Yeah, Niels Fine is 8-4 up versus Ahmed. The winner of that match will play Skylar Woodward. Rag is 6-5 up over Tank. Johan Chur's on 8. He's playing Max Lechner, who's on 5. Fuche Wei leads his match against Labutis 7-5. Billy Thorpe 7-6 up over Dovan Kai. So Billy's ticking along nicely. The world number 1, Ruiz, is 6-3 up over Sullivan Clark. It's a dry break.
Yes, it is. Is the 6 going to help anything here? May actually kind of help things with a combination if it lays okay. Seemed that rack didn't open that great. Didn't really see like a poor hit on the 1. A lot of kisses down with the balls on the bottom end of the table.
Yeah, even though we're using the template, you've still got to set the balls up correctly, haven't you, on the template? So maybe now and again, referees maybe just not quite tightening them up correctly.
Yeah, well, it's you know, the template's a great addition to our game. Been around now about 20 years, 15 years maybe. Maybe I'm a little ahead of myself on that, but still there's definitely the human involvement in it. So just like anything in our sport, very delicate.
Trying to thread the needle. Bank the 1 up. Back in between the 9 and the green 6.
Yeah, I don't think I try to get the 1 all the way back down. I think maybe just play the cue ball 1 rail underneath the 7 and take your chances. The 1 may float underneath the. Yeah, I think trying to do something more with the 1 ball kind of lost the cue ball, and I didn't really understand the draw stroke as much as the high ball.
No, I'm going to mark that one down on the poor decision chart again, JJ. I think we're on about 4 or 5 now.
Well, I'll tell you, if the 2 passes the 8 here, he can get short side position drawing the cue ball. Like I said, you know, Carl and I are here to talk about these matches, and all the players, we love them all, and Mickey's one of the best ones out there. It's just, like you like to say, he's lost the plot on a few shots here and there. All right, watch out for that lower right corner. The speed control has just been awesome from Han in this set. Look how tight this 2 is going by the 8. Okay, there's a lot more room. That's a great view there, and that really helps him trying to move the cue ball. He actually has a little room to play the 2.
Difference in camera angles there. I was with you. The overhead made it look like it was tight, but then that one, it flew past the 8.
Yeah, I think the black 8 with the shadow there is what kind of fooled us from the overhead.
Yeah, the shadow on the rail as well, maybe.
Okay, he's going to have to make a nice one here, and then another nice one from the 4 to the 5. Love to get the cue ball back where it's at now or somewhere near. This is an easy one to come across and catch the 9. You really don't want to flirt with the side. And it's not as much cut as it appears, really.
Oh, this is nice. Another great shot.
Yeah, and what I like is he didn't steer it across the table. I find myself doing that when I'm trying to hit a line, you know, a certain line on the cue ball, and he went ahead and let the stroke out, and I think that's why the result was so nice. Now here, don't get so involved in short side on the 7. The 7-8 combination, not difficult. Speed again looks very good. Little light of perfect, but still staying in complete control. I know Vietnam has developed a lot of really good and what you call great players, and I don't know the exact depth chart. Cue ball's gotten away here, but An's got to be one of the top from what I've seen so far. This doesn't look like any kind of accident to me.
Yeah, we talk about Don Quoc Quan and Win Antoine, but for me, this fella here is definitely showing he's one of the best over here. Has to be. He's got all the shots, JJ.
And it really looks like to me he processes things very well, mentally and physically, and just really limits mistakes, keeps it simple when he can. Just all the fine little points of a great player. Pool's a hard game. I mean, hard sport, let's say. You really have to lean on your mental at times and then lean on the physical as well and be able to make the decisions in between. Any scores for us, Carl?
Let's have a little look. Ruiz wins another rack. He's now 7-3 up over Clark. Billy Thorpe still at 8-7. Fuche Wei, well, he was well up against Pierce Labutis. That match is now 7-5 to Fuche Wei. As we see a dry break here on centre court. Neil's firing 8-5 up. Anton Raga is now tied at 6-6.
Yeah, and the latter 2/3 of this match really been the break shot that slowed him down. Of course, Mickey, he's had a little bit to do with that at times, but really it's the break that's gotten him back at the table with a scratch in the last bronze break and now a dry one. Is he cutting this in the right pocket here? Gotta feel like he's attacking.
This needs to travel. Yeah, he's got to kind of draw this off the rail a little bit. Watch out, scratch. There it is. Mickey Krause is still in this match. Cue ball in hand. The fact the one ball went in has helped, because if the one ball had stayed on the table up towards the top, getting position to the two could have fell a little awkward. Now he can put the cue ball where he wants on the two ball.
Yeah, but I look at the rack and just with the 7, 8, 9, of course the 2, 3, 4, 5 shouldn't be a problem, but just gotta have to make a few little decisions towards the end of the rack, and we'll see if what kind of decisions those are and see if they hold up. And I thought Niels, the way the tables, the conditions, of course Niels can win on any tables and still just such a great player, but we talked about he'd have an occasional miss on a ball. Of course, we're talking about very tough equipment on the World Nineball Tour as a whole, but occasional miss of a ball that, this is what I was saying, is the mental there right now. To get back to the Niels subject, I think these tables set up for Niels to maybe take this down. Given the opportunity, of course. He's going to float the pink by the 7, 8, 9, coming behind the purple.
Yeah, this is very worrying for Mickey Krause. That miss there, plus the other mistakes he's been making. Chance of making it in the side pocket if he gets a full hit. Oh, and he's missed the kick as well. This has been a horror show, this, for Krause. Started off so well and all.
Yeah, well, I mean, missing balls at this level, of course, doesn't make you feel too good. You can get a little bent behind it, and sometimes not know why. But mental decisions, I think that those are the ones that can really get you sideways and then really kind of open the door for anything to happen.
Would have preferred a little more angle here. He's got to work the cue ball a little more now.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, he's just done it kind of like a genius, really. A little loose with that one. Seven does pass the 8, though, correct? It's not bad to go to the right side of the table with a little draw stroke. Yeah, I like going with the angle here, and he's close enough to it. Should control the speed and no worry about that right side pocket drawn over. Now, if the 7's any kind of tight going by the 8, that's a little different.
How's the speed? The speed is just tremendous. Very easy to underdraw the ball there or overdraw the ball. So to finish there. don't really see players bumping into other balls, do we, JJ, at 9-ball? It's probably a little more of a shot you would see in 8-ball.
Yeah, when you bump into balls playing 9-ball, just remember it's not the worst thing as long as it makes sense. Should just go one rail here. Can go two if he wants.
This has been impressive stuff, this. As Ann finds himself on the hill, Mickey Krause walks out the arena for another timeout. He's going to win the rest of the remaining racks to stay in this match. We're going to take a short break. Back to the action, and is on the hill and breaking. He's going to get a look at the 2.
Yeah, the 4-5. Kind of sitting in a manner you don't see very often in the center of the table. Near the 2, so safety probably pretty easy. I don't think it slides by the 8. I think if the 4-5 is open, he could play it to the rail and off the 8. Tables are playing perfect for that shot when they're slick and a bit slidey. I think that's what he's looking at. Now, there's a couple ways he can play this. If he goes aggressive, I don't like hitting it super light. Now, he immediately looked at the rail off the 8. So I like, you need a little speed on that. You don't need a ton, but you want it to kind of ricochet off the 8 and slide a little bit. I like going one rail into the pink and purple and trying to open them with this shot. Just a high ball. If you play it delicate, trying to play the short side position on the pink, it does go by the 6 up the table. I think that you make the 2 a little missable, and position is touchy. Any thoughts, Carl? I mean, how would you play it? He's obviously going to go aggressive.
Well, I think if he is going aggressive, he can only really do what you've suggested. So he could chip off the right edge, couldn't he? Just put the 2 on the rail. Try and sneak behind the 8. If you don't...
Well, he hasn't looked at a safety at all, really,
No,
since
I
the
don't
opening. Yeah, this table's playing perfect for this, so I think opening the balls is the move. Oh, he missed the 8 completely.
Looks like he's got some form of cover other than the jump shot. Does the 4 ball, the pink 4, pass that 6 though?
Yeah, I think it does. I think it's a little tight. Now, I mean, guys are so good with the jump cue. Do you try to draw to get better? I like just stopping the ball and making a decision from there.
Yeah, something was always telling me Mickey was going to draw that back though.
And to be fair, he cut the 2 to the pocket, so that's what really created a ton of cue ball movement. But I think he kind of overhit it, though, maybe trying to draw that cue ball a little closer to the pink. Can he naturally go up off the brown, behind the brown 7, off the left side of the 4 ball?
I think the shot that Ann attempted is another one of them shots where if you play a lot of 8 ball, them shots come up a lot.
Yeah, well, he immediately recognized it, and he's
Yeah.
recognized everything the entire match. So I think he's played a few different disciplines. Now, Mickey, again, you just float up table behind the brown, and again, On has played well, but you got to make him come with the shot to beat you, even if you don't get the snooker. Got to simplify here. The cue ball on the rail. Looks like he's hitting the right side of the pink.
There was no way of ever getting the hook, JJ.
Yeah, and really put a lot of pressure on himself to get the speed correct. The cue ball's just 2 inches to the right. He's cutting this ball in. He may cut it in anyways. The bank is possible with a little cover as well.
Yeah, he's come round to have a look at the thin cut.
And you know, when both players get involved in a game, it's not a break and run or some early combination. If you're leaving your opponent with a lot of options when they come to the table, probably missing out on the job you're supposed to be doing. Got to limit your opponent. Is he going to crash into something here? Or is he going around? Well, he's got the pink. He's fluked the 8. Hadn't really had a whole lot of luck in this match, I wouldn't say. Neither player. It's been not really one-sided, but that's a big one.
Yeah, I don't think Kraus will be sat there thinking this is why he's going to lose this match. Still needs to play one good positional shot.
Yeah, and I think Mickey will be quite the opposite as far as that shot is concerned. Probably look at it like On maybe deserves that, or I maybe deserve the wrong end of that. He caught that thick. I don't know if the cue ball has gotten where he wants.
Nils Fine has got that victory, so he advances through to the final 16.
Seems to me On a little more nervous here to end the match than what we've seen the entire match. Which is fairly natural. The next round will start at 1 p.m. Hanoi time.
Well, this has been a very solid and impressive performance. This 9-ball for Bu Chan An. Didn't go in clean, but it's gone in. Fantastic performance, fantastic win for the local hero, Bu Chan An. He's through to the final 16. We will be back at 12:30. Yeah, this is the end of this rack, the winning rack. And I believe we'll be back at 1 PM, not 12:30. All in all, very good performance for Bu Chan An. What a player. Can he snap off this year's Peri Open 9-ball?
Lớn nên là cũng là cơ hội để mình cọ sát để trên con đường sau này mình đi thi đấu thế giới thì mình sẽ tích lũy được kinh nghiệm và cố gắng hơn nữa.
Dạ vâng, và chắc chắn rồi, khi mà ở một giải đấu lớn cũng như là một đối thủ cũng xứng tầm như vậy thì thực anh phải chia sẻ thật là không biết trong quá trình thi đấu thì anh có cảm giác bị tê, bị lo lắng và hồi hộp không ạ?
Mình chia sẻ là trong thi đấu là lúc đầu vào nhập cuộc là mình cũng rất là bị áp lực và cũng tê, nhưng mà khi nhìn thấy đối thủ của mình chơi cũng để cho mình rất là nhiều cơ hội nên là mình cũng phải chắt chiu và cố gắng và mình nắm bắt những cái cơ hội đấy để mình chiến thắng.
Dạ vâng, có lẽ là tâm trạng của anh An bây giờ đang rất là lâng lâng, thế nên là cảm xúc là vẫn còn đang rất là nhiệt huyết ở đây đúng không? Và chúc một lần nữa chúc mừng anh, và anh hãy giữ cho mình cái tinh thần cũng như là phong độ như thế này, vì chiều ngày hôm nay chúng ta sẽ tiếp tục có những trận đấu tiếp theo trong vòng chọn ra 8 cầu thủ xuất sắc nhất, và chắc chắn rồi chúng ta sẽ tiếp tục ủng hộ cho cầu thủ người Việt Nam của chúng ta trong các vòng sau. Và cảm ơn anh đã tham gia phỏng vấn, chúc anh may mắn trong các trận đấu tiếp theo. Và chúng ta sẽ cùng tiếp tục tham gia các trận đấu chiều ngày hôm nay vào lúc 1 giờ chiều cùng với chúng tôi nhé.
Peri Open, giải đấu đẳng cấp quốc tế tại Việt Nam. Tổng giải thưởng hơn 104.000 đô la Mỹ với 128 cầu thủ. Trong đó có những cầu thủ hàng đầu bảng xếp hạng U24 Tour. Giải đấu ranking thuộc Matchroom với những diễn biến kịch tính, khó lường. Từ mùng 5 tháng 10 đến mùng 9 tháng 10 tại Peri Pool Arena, Việt Nam. Trực tiếp trên VTV Cup, web thể thao và Việt Nam Billiard Promotion. Peri Open, giải đấu đẳng cấp quốc tế tại Việt Nam. Tổng giải thưởng hơn 104.000 đô la Mỹ với 128 cầu thủ, trong đó có những cầu thủ hàng đầu bảng xếp hạng Nineball Tour. Giải đấu ranking thuộc Matchroom với những diễn biến kịch tính, khó lường. Từ mùng 5 tháng 10 đến mùng 9 tháng 10 tại Peri Pool Arena, Việt Nam. Trực tiếp trên VTV Cup, web thể thao và Việt Nam Billiard Promotion.
Xin chào quý vị và các bạn, chúng ta đã trở lại với lượt thi đấu thứ hai tại giải Peri Nineball Open 2023. Và qua lượt thi đấu vừa rồi thì chúng ta đã có danh sách của 16 cầu thủ xuất sắc nhất có mặt tại Peri Open năm nay. Và đã có những cái tên đình đám đã phải dừng chân ở giải Peri, đó như là Max Lerner, người đã giành chiến thắng 9-0 trước Shane Van Bowing hôm qua, thì ngày hôm nay đã phải dừng chân trước cầu thủ Johan Chua. Đối với cầu thủ người Việt Nam thì chúng ta còn 2 đại diện của Việt Nam góp mặt tại vòng 16 cầu thủ xuất sắc nhất này. Đó chính là cầu thủ Bùi Trường An đã xuất hiện trong trận thi đấu trước, cùng với cầu thủ Đỗ Văn Khải là một chú ngựa ô đã tiến thẳng từ vòng loại đến tận vòng 16 cầu thủ xuất sắc nhất này. Và ngày hôm nay chúng ta sẽ tiếp tục với trận đấu ở trên bàn TV, sẽ mang đến cho các bạn đó chính là trận đấu giữa cầu thủ Bùi Trường An và một cầu thủ người Philippines là James Aranas. Trong lượt trận trước thì James Aranas đã có một trận đấu có thể nói là hủy diệt 10-0 trước cầu thủ New Horsham. Và Bùi Trường An thì cũng đã có cho mình một chiến thắng trước Mickey Cross để có mặt ở đây. Và ngay sau đây chúng tôi sẽ gửi đến quý vị những diễn biến của trận đấu.
Welcome back to the last 16 here at the Peri Nineball Open. Familiar face staying on the TV table. Different opponent though, different challenge, JJ. James Aranas is going to pose a different threat. We already know this. But impressive from Ann in his earlier match over Mickey Krause.
Yeah, I think you're going to see James break the balls really well. Of course, Mickey, it wasn't really the break overall. Thought the break was pretty on point. But James, I mean, we've talked about a lot of players during these matches on the main stage here at the Peri Open, but I think James Aranas we really hadn't talked about a lot because he's had a pretty stress-free tournament so far from what I've seen.
Yeah, he won his last match very quick indeed, did Aranas.
And I think James, of course, who's always talked about getting nervous in these kind of stages and on the main table, I think the World Cup, that went a long ways for him. Some events prior, making some noise. I think it was a Whirlpool Masters. He made a great run. So I think a player that still can elevate his game, especially getting more comfortable in these settings.
Good break, JJ. Made the one in the side. That's always the intention. Got a really good look at the two and a quick glance. Look at the table layout. This is a very good chance in the opening rack.
Yeah, he's got a chance to keep it simple the first few shots, getting started in a match. That's always nice. Always nice to see the blue two after the one drops coming up to a very open end of the table, along with the three over the corner. We'll see how he's feeling here. If he comes two rails or just kind of bleeds the cue ball across the purple, just accepting a little longer shot. Hard to argue the two rails here if you're comfortable with the speed, though. Right side of the table, very open.
Believe he can still go one rail with a little bit of left English.
And always nice, even though it was relatively routine, to knock that little ball in with inside English on the slick table. It gets you a little more comfortable because you know it's going to come up again. Here he's okay. Just going to draw the cue ball into a little better angle off the 7. Should get about a 1.5 foot bounce or so off the side rail. Here, instead of checking one rail, you might see him go inside the 9, but most likely just one cushion.
I wouldn't have been scared of shooting it long as well. There's the opening rack to the Filipino Aranas. Very quick, very kind split as well. 16 players remain, JJ. Half the field, Filipinos.
Yeah, Skylar Woodward and I talked about that at the break, and of course they've sent a lot of players. We know the strength of their contingent and not so much travel. I think that has a little impact. Pretty comfortable here, of course, Southeast Asia, where they're from.
But I'll tell you what, when you look at the last 16 lineup, just 3 Europeans remain, 2 from Chinese Taipei, 1 American. Obviously Woodward probably been the best American on tour this season. That is a stacked last 16. What a host of players we have there. Some fantastic matchups.
So you're saying we probably have 3 or 4 Vietnamese? Is that right? Which is a pretty impressive. No, only 2?
2 left.
Okay. And 1 right here waiting for his first shot after a break and run in the first from Aranas. Wow, that break looks perfect. And again, we talked about in the last match, when you're getting those good spreads, that's when you know you're really hitting it well.
Yeah, he's got a good cue ball coming through the pack. Everything else is out of your hands. This is what pool's about. You never know what the table is going to give you.
Yeah, and he's got a workable angle here. He's got to get into the cue ball a little bit, but probably drawing 1 rail above the 8. See when the referee gets done with her work. And this is actually pretty nice. And James is one of those players, I believe the technique really doesn't slow him down in any category. He can offer a lot of power, touch. Seems like the cut break is just right in his wheelhouse, and really, really awesome cueing.
Yeah, when the table's playing easier, this is one of the easier of tables you'll see on the circuit. A player like Aranas is going to be such a danger because he'll just fly around the table.
Yeah, he's going to have to take on a shot from the 5 to the 6. I think he'll simplify it to just kill the cue ball and play the 6 up long. 7 not in too bad a position along with the 8. Anytime you got to take on a tough shot, those balls ahead really make a big difference. He can come 2 rails here if he's comfortable to fall straight. Could come 1. Looks like 1 rail. He's going to get a bit thinner, so he's going to try and work the cue ball. Little surprising there, or do you think he missed his mark?
No, I think he purposely played down there just to come back across. I don't think he fancies playing the 6 up into the corner just because it's a little close to the rail. Needs to slow down.
Yeah, it was always going to be on that line, especially, you wanted to avoid the 8, that right middle pocket. So those shots are always a little nervy because you're not in really position until the last moments of the roll of the cue ball. Well, of course, Carl and I in here doing the comms for the main table, but we saw Aranas win quickly, so had to be some breaking runs in the last match, and he's continued on here so far. Now here's the slick table to me, Carl. I don't take a chance going to the third rail. I don't want it to react a little funny. I think just 2 rails and kind of let the cue ball spread across the middle of the table. Oh, he's drawn it, so he is going to get to that left side rail. I didn't realize. Ooh, he may have get on top here a little bit.
I also thought he could have played high right and just come off the top rail and come for the 9 in the bottom left. Early tester on this 9-ball. Down she goes. The cue ball's okay. Arana's looking very strong. Okay, let's have a look at some matches around the arena. Of course, matches have only just begun. 16 players remain. 1-2-8 started. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. He shared the opening 2 racks, 1 apiece against Don Van Kite. Kopo Cheng, 2-time world 9-ball championship runner-up. He's playing Kyle Amaroto from the Philippines, of course. 1-0 to Cheng. Ghost wins the opener. What a match. This is Fedor Ghost versus Dennis Orcolo. Fuche Wei has took the opening rack against Johan Chua. Skylar Woodward wins the opening rack against Niels Fayen. Raga, he's not messing about. He's 2 racks to 0 against DeLuna. Some brilliant matchups we've got here in the final 16. Work to do here. The 3-4 combo. Yeah, that looks like it could be made. It's got to be hit thin. It's got a real easy hook behind the 6 ball with the cue ball. I say easy, you've still got to get the line. Oh, which he does. Clearly feeling very good, Aranas. Very exciting to watch, much like his teammate Johan Chua. Great performance from the Philippines, JJ, wasn't it, in the World Cup?
Yeah, and I think they went there, with a mindset to really play aggressive, and they stuck to it. Of course, when you have a mindset and it works out at first, it's easy to stick to that game plan. But it was, I'll tell you, there's been a few performances here this year and there's been many really, but a few that really stand out. That performance by that duo, and of course, Koping Yi at the Whirlpool Masters, and maybe my favorites from the big guy that's coming back, Kachi at the UK Open.
I was erring on the side of Dang. I thought Dang was a breath of fresh air, because I remember what a great QSD he was years ago, and then obviously with COVID he vanished, and he come and won the event, and we've not seen him again since.
Well, I think there were great stories all along in that event. Beisterbosch was great. I think Lobutus probably played as well as anyone. Looked like Skylar might get in his first, World 9-Ball Tour final as far as the major events.
Yeah, we can't forget Ko Ping Chung. His display on finals day at the US Open, semi-finals and finals, he was flawless that day. It was incredible.
Yeah, good point there. Hard to knock that performance, and for the US Open as well. And talking about a performance, what a shot there.
What a little exhibition shot he's played there, by the way. check the cue ball here. This is exactly what he's played to come round the back of it.
Odd one here, though. You'd like to pull the ball back for the side. I think that is the shot. What you got to do, though, is you kind of got to slowly get into position, and if you don't quite get there, maybe accept a bank on the purple 5 cross side. Can't afford an error getting jacked up over the 7 or snookered. Oh, he played it nice. Really in control of the cue ball.
This is kind of what you see if you get yourself over to the Philippines and you hang around with these players, playing in the pool halls, challenge matches. This just looks like a walk in the park at the moment.
Well, I brought it up, and we talked about it a little bit in the last match. I really think, maybe it wasn't the last match, but I really believe, you know, all they did with all those matches the last year and a half, the Sharks group, I believe it is, Marble Boys, and I think putting these players in that setting instead of that pool hall setting, I think it's done wonders for kind of like their tournament prowess. And probably has done nothing but given more exposure to one of the most popular sports in the Philippines.
Well, this is what Ann is up against. This has been flawless. It really has. Simple hook here, played it nice. This is what created the chance.
And you can see the pocket size is actually pretty small. It's just the conditions are so prime. The weather's gotten better each day here in Hanoi and not near as much humidity, and I think the players got to adjust when they see that and understand it's going to be a little more of an offensive fest. And James, I think, is kind of quickly running up the ranks as far as the top breakers in this format.
And he's got another shot on the lowest ball, which is the 2.
And he's been real consistent with the cue ball, almost like FSR was, going below the 9 and then bringing it above, avoiding those kisses. And now can get to the bottom part of the cue ball, which is necessary to get on the 3. Can he kind of cheat it and get to our right side of the 8 here? I think he can.
Yeah, drawing it straight back. Of course it's perfect. Why wouldn't it be perfect? The cue ball is on a dime at the moment.
Yeah, perfect little angle. Can just stun up the table. He can come one rail across in between the 6 and 4. I like the stun. Now he wants to get on down there. Doesn't want to involve the 9 or the brown 7 while trying to get position from the 4 to the 5.
Even that shot there, it's come down and left himself this nice angle.
Yeah, he could be my Scotch doubles partner any day.
I think Johan Chua would have something to say about that.
Yeah, I don't want to break that duo up. You would have to say certainly back next year to try and defend that title. All right, little choice. He carried a little more angle here. I thought he would get a little straighter. Stay above the 9 here to play the 7. Still think it's okay. talked a lot about on in the last match, and kind of feeding off a few mistakes from Kraus and played an exceptional match doing so. But now in a different setting to start this match, and definitely a different opponent.
Yeah, opponent that's clearly flying. Won his previous racks 10 racks to 0, and it looks like with this little stretchy 9-ball, he's won the opening 4 here. He's absolutely flying, James Aranas. Jeffrey Roder from the Philippines. He's won the opening 4 against Feliciano. Ko Pin Chung, 3 racks to 0 up. Seen a lot of one-sided matches, JJ. Pocket size?
Yeah, and I think the players, they've gotten better at the break, and when they, see a pocket that's playing generous, it's just going to kind of lighten the mood a little bit, a little less stress, especially with the first shot after the break, I think. But that's just, it's a different setting this week here at the Peri. I think it'll change in a few days. But, the player that falls behind just has to stay patient. I don't know if he can get at any of this blue too, but if he can, notice how the 4, 9, 6, 7, 8 came to lay. There's like a nice little wall there. If he can chip the 2, I think he's snookered though.
Kick off the top rail. Does he play it or does he pass it back? That's the shot Aranas will play.
Yeah, and it's hard. It's so mental. You have to make this decision without really thinking about the last 4 racks that Aranas has run. I don't think hitting down on it does what you want. I think it's a high ball if he's trying to hold the cue ball, even with the 2 almost a diamond up.
Complete miss hit. Complete miss hit. Didn't even hit the 2-ball full. Or full-ish.
Well, besides planting him behind the 3, did you really see many positives in taking on that shot? And that's what I mean. That 4-0 might make you feel like, oh, I need to execute something really nice here to get back in this match. And it's hard. You got to separate things. Doesn't mind the pink 4 in the middle if he can get good position on it. May just play the safety. We'll see. And a good one it was.
Yeah, he's in a world of trouble here. He is locked up in jail.
Yeah, he can get a little bit of a right English on the cue ball. Fortunately, can cue that. Maybe just bend it a little bit. 1 rail at the 3. Of course, all ball fouls. So Well, 3 rails, not bad. But again, you're going kind of bare with the 3 rails because you can't get a ton of speed. Which really very limited options, so a bare kick is better than no kick.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like there's any way of tying balls up. Possibly come off the bottom rail with a tiny bit of left to kind of check the cue ball up.
Well, that's what I saw, Carl, because he can get a little left there, the way the cueing is, and he may be able to put a little speed into that. And the other thing I like about it is if you do get the hit, the cue ball should continue to travel forward towards that top rail, and maybe you get the 3 to get separation.
He's not going to be able to get speed here. Or maybe the line. I think he's got to stretch over and try and check it up. He was in a world of trouble. We knew that from the lock-up safe. But that never looked like he was going to be on. This is a different level of opponent for Bo Choi-an. Previously played Mickey Krause. Mickey Krause made 4 or 5 errors in the match. It was all nice for An. Boy, this has been a different story. Is he locking him up again?
No, he's got to be going for the run out here.
Okay, I must have been seeing things though.
No, he's just wanting to get a little closer to the pink 4. A little bit of work on the 7-8 later in the rack. But you can see the 6 near the 5, so drawing position on the 6 in the left middle should be okay. And carry an angle to come down for the 7 in that same left middle pocket. Let's just stop a little bit, that way you can come easily 1 rail out. I'm not so sure he got what he wanted. Of course, he can go forward past the 7, playing it in the lower right or in the right middle. I guess he's going to stun here to get on the 7 in the same pocket.
Needs to go. He'll have a bigger angle than that camera angle tells us.
Yeah, I think the table's checking with the English a little better now on day 3 or 4. And I think side spin's okay. He could nip draw into the 8. He could go 1 rail and bump the 8. Don't really want to be bumping balls, but yeah, he could get the inside on the ball, no problem. Yeah, we talk about the lag, Carl, but it seems here at the Peri Open, as these matches move on, it's even more important.
Yeah, 24 minutes gone. Aranas wins the opening 5 and has got it all to do. It's just hard to see a way back as well, just because of how consistent James is breaking.
Well, in the last match, maybe the only inconsistent thing we saw from On as well.
Here comes the push out.
Yeah, and he's built to score and kept his opponent from pocketing a ball this match so far. So I think there's a little more room to push out when you're in a situation like this, or at least you get the feeling there's a little more room.
Yeah, you mean like this, don't you? That's exactly what you meant.
Yeah, and just like the kick shot, even more so, I think On's going to feel pressed to take this on, as he should. He shouldn't pass this. He can nick the left side of the 2, kind of floating it past the 8, trying to get behind the 6. Requires some execution and definitely some touch. Tell you what, if he doesn't mind a long 3, it's not a terrible pocket for the 2 in the upper right if he can get around the 6 with the cue ball. I don't know if he can.
I sort of don't mind upper left either, as long as the cue ball's going onto the long rail first.
Yeah, absolutely. The upper left is playable as well, and it's going to be a long 3 most likely, but a little smaller pocket for the 2 is all.
Yeah, I just feel at 5 down where you've not had table time, just try and knock this ball in. Played it soft.
Well, I think that was correct. Hard to hang that ball the way the pockets are playing this week here at the Peri Open at that speed. James going to attack here, right? With the cross corner, come behind the 3?
Yeah, I believe he will. He's in that mood.
Well, it's another one, really. That's the thing when they're sliding. This is a hard bank to leave in the pocket. It usually is going to go if it gets that close because it's going to have a little speed. So I think he's supposed to shoot at this.
Exactly what you said, JJ. That speed just helped it slide in the pocket. Cue balls come round perfect. Watch the 2 ball. Hits the top rail.
Yeah, but you can see it's rotating, and when it's rotating, it's going to slide with a little more speed, and James on point. And something about the slick table, if you really kind of take the way it makes you kind of, make the work a little easier at times, meaning not as stressful. If you can take that even into the, what's going to be tougher equipment, I think it can really help you mentally. All right, come one rail here most likely.
Must be a nice feeling to be like James Aranis at the minute. Just literally gliding around like you're practicing at home on your home table.
Yeah, not a whole lot On can really do about this. I think the only error the missed 2 ball, that was a tough shot. A lot of pressure and nothing easy. Maybe taking on the rollout early at 3-0, I believe it was. That was maybe the only mistake, and I could actually kind of understand why he was thinking that.
Yeah, he's not had many chances. As Aranas wins rack number 6. Sanchez Ruiz is also flying 5-1 up against Do Van Kai. Roda against Feliciano, 5-2 to Roda. Kopo Cheng 4 racks up against Amoroto. Ghost is now 4-1 up. That was from 1-1. He's playing Dennis Orcolo. Chua, Aranas' teammate, is 4-2 up over Fuche Wei. Skylar Woodward wins the opening 3 JJ against Niels Fire. Raga 6-1 up. Some very one-sided matches. Nineball's close.
Dry break. The smallest of chinks in that armor that, tell you what, has been pretty impressive so far. So Han's got to get it going. Make a steady out, which he's shown us he can do time and time again. And then he's got to get the break going. Real natural 2 rails between the 8 and 6 here. Coming right at the 2 ball.
Centre-ish of the table. He's come a little far to the right. He can still get on the pink 4, but he might have to leave a little bit more distance now.
Yeah, and I guess he's going to draw this ball, which most of the players on the slick table like. Only thing that concerns me is he may get a little thin. Shouldn't be a problem. Doesn't want to back off if you're coming across. You want to be aggressive here. That was a nice shot.
Yeah, the purple 5 goes in the same pocket as the pink 4, so he can come round off a couple of rails. Anywhere where he's just signalled with his cue. And he's under a different type of pressure because he's not got many racks left. The fact that Aranas has absolutely flew and won the opening 6 means he's got to pretty much play no mistake pool and of course get chances on the break. This looks pacey to me. Oh, it is. All because he's not had no table time, hooked himself on the 5.
Yeah, and I think that's what the worry was when we saw him get a little far from the 3. Probably he's been so good with the speed overall. I'm checking kind of what happened there. He's got to make a good hit here, and he's got to come away with not leaving James a shot or really much of anything.
Had to have a swipe at that. Had no choice, and this is just set up lovely for Aranas.
here, really no issues. Just don't make it any kind of missable 8-ball. If you happen to fall a little straight, you can play the 9 in the lower left. Wants to get a little angle to come back for the 9 on the side.
Arana's trying to claim his second whitewash back to back. Another missed 1 ball, a little high.
Yeah, I don't think you'll see James stress at the moment, but probably easily leaves it behind if he goes ahead and wins this match. But doesn't want to start all of a sudden dry breaking towards the end of the tournament, even with a big lead. Well, it hadn't been a lot of mistakes. There was a big one in the last, but now you can see a difficult layout. Doable, though. He's got to work through it. And now, a little bit funny here. Little thin on the 3. Don't think the 4 passes the 6 in the upper corner. That's what he's looking at now. It's awfully tight. So if he wants to go forward 3 rails, that's a little dicey. If he draws the ball, most likely he can clip the pink. So funny situation here. May just draw 1 rail into the pink with a little control, right? I mean, you got a lot of room with the side pocket and the upper corners. You hate to try and draw past it. That's going to require speed. You may clip it, get it out of line. I think you just got to play to go into it. And you always want to feel like you're just bumping it like a foot, 18 inches away, something like that.
That's ideal. Three easy pots now. Just make sure you get a nice angle on the 7. Play the 8 up into the top left corner. This is what happens when you've not had table time. May fluke it though to stay at the table. Needs all the help he can get.
Yeah, one thing I saw in the last match, the head kind of raised a little early there, didn't stay down through the shot. Feeling a little heat at the moment. Deservedly so. He's going to have to work through this still. He's got a little bit of a demanding 7 to the 8.
Speed is everything here. be okay up into the top left corner. Just don't play it too hard. Give the pocket a chance. At last he's got one on the board, albeit with help, with a nice little fluke off a missed ball. Feliciano has pulled the match back against his fellow Filipino, Jeffrey Roeder. That's now 5-4 to Roeder. Kopan Chang, he's on 6 against Amoroto. I know that Kyle Amoroto is very highly spoke about in the Philippines. He's got work to do. Ghost, he's flying 7-1 over Orcolo. Chua, 5-2 over Fu Che Wei. Skylar Woodward still 4-0. Raga, 7-1 over De Luna.
Of course, all these players are hungry, but you know how the youngsters are, right? It seems like they don't even recognize how hungry they are. We do. But they're just out there putting maximum effort every moment. All right, he's going to have a long one on the 2. He is going to get a look. You know, maybe here's as good a moment as any to talk about, trying to bury a big shot versus playing a safe here and trying to get something going with a big deficit. I mean, you're taking a little chance, but you can hit a high ball, it looks like. Go into the purple properly to hold for the 3. And you don't have to roll it. Remember, when you're going into a ball heavy, you don't have to hit it really light. Go ahead and put a little speed on it, a little more conviction in the stroke.
Good shot. Decided to play it a little softer, didn't he? And the bump on the 5's worked out well. He's not tied the 5 up. That's in a very potable position. Cue ball needs to slow down here though. Now he's got a little bit of work to do. Cue ball looks like it's going to have to travel.
Yeah, he can kill it, but unlike you, I think now he's got to work it a little bit.
Yeah, good job there on the 6 ball. It was a little thin one. Needs to go. Could have played for the corner. Well, again, not a convincing rack. But it's another rack on the board. The opening shot, this blue 2, was a good one.
Yeah, made a nice kill shot on the pink 4. Always a sweater when you got to shoot the ball like that.
being played at a very fast pace. 46 minutes on the clock, 9 racks. Needs this 3 to open up. I think it'll just sneak in.
Yeah, it definitely has a pocket. And it seems he's kind of back into that kind of working, you know, kind of feeling good about things, even though he's trailing, like we saw in the last match, just getting through the balls. Once you start to break and get shots, you kind of start to believe, you know, you can make up a lot of games and overcome almost any lead.
Yeah, he's just been a spectator, really, for most of the match, but all he can do is break and run and see where the balls land on the next break. He can easily get back to 7-5. That may just put Aranis under a little bit of pressure then. Big money at stake here this week for the Peri Open. $25,000 to the winner.
All right, make sure you get into it. Don't flirt with the corner. Coming 2 cushions.
This is all he can do, Ant. Just keep plugging away. Just keep trying to win rack by rack. Had to play that off the rail.
Yeah, just taking it one ball at a time. Just got to keep breaking the balls well. Another break and run, or somehow get that 11th game on his side, cutting it to 7-4. Sounds very doable. James may start to feel a little pressure, given a tough, kind of situation. Just got to make a ball and keep the cue ball on the table. Looks like a drag guy at the worst time. And a nice shot on the 1. A little touchy coming for the 2, but it's got to be a little bit of a body blow for on there.
Yeah, it definitely feels like he's at the point of where things have got to go his way. James has an angle here, but speed is key. The 2 ball will pass the 8. It's very easy to underhit the ball or overhit it. Underhit it he has. Sometimes he's got some work to do to get back on the 3.
Yeah, if he's comfortable, you use the pink 4, cut the 2 in and come 1 row up, but you're going to get a little thin on the 3. Of course, you got to be comfortable in many ways, knocking a 2 ball by the 8, little inside spin, Getting the check to work right to come into the 4. Going up and down?
Glanced the 8 ball and hit the 4 too thin. Big pocket, may play the bank.
Yeah, and it's the type of bank you can roll, which really kind of opens up the pocket a little bit more. It's not going to be a real light speed, but it'll make it slide a little bit. Just caught the 2 a little thick. That's obviously why it caught the 8, and another reason why it caught the wrong side of the pink.
Yeah, that's why he had to take it on. You could see where the 3 ball hit.
Yeah, and when the players aren't so far away and it's kind of staring them right in the face, real hard for them to pass on that bank. And I think just the game of banks coming back around like it has in the last 15 years has enhanced that a little bit. Now, can he put this in the side and get to the top rail with inside English? Yeah, this overhead tells us he can.
He grabbed it, got into the cue ball.
That's what we were discussing earlier. I just really don't think his technique limits him in any way possible.
Nice out there from Arana. Showed a few nice little shots that he possesses. I know this is the final 16, but he's definitely looking good for one of the players who could really go on and win this tournament. Breaks very good. He's in a fantastic flow. Got all the shots like this bank shot.
Yeah, nice one to get back on the board, and I think all those things you talked about, plus has been in a lot of big moments this year.
Yeah, that might be the biggest point of all. Players take a timeout. Me and JJ will take a quick break as well. Back in a few minutes. ran us the break, 8-3 up. Race to 10 for a place in the quarterfinals. This tournament is being played in Hanoi, Vietnam, in the brand new pool room of the Peri Pool Arena. Only been open 3 or 4 weeks. Fantastic club, JJ, isn't it? Everything's brand new. Word on the street, it cost $1 million.
Well, I wouldn't doubt it. It seems they spared no expense, and I've heard nothing but great things about the pool rooms here in Vietnam. Of course, this one being the newest, and from what I've heard, probably the nicest here in Hanoi. But again, from what I've heard, the pool rooms are really just awesome. Tons of tables, 30 tables, 50 tables, 60 tables. Even heard of an 80-table pool room here in Hanoi. Now, can he avoid the 6? Can he draw off the top of the 6? Real open space up top on the pool table here. Can take a longer shot on the 3. Oh, he could avoid it. So he can play from behind here a little bit. I like coming to the center myself. One rail. Well, you gotta like that, right? Up 8-3, down on the ball, didn't have a good feeling about something, got back up off it.
Yeah, any amateur pool players watching, take note. If you don't feel comfortable on the shot, don't just think it's an easy shot and stay down. Get back up.
Yeah, and don't let the situation, change what's best. Trailing up 8-3. I think it's easy to pull the trigger. They were just saying, oh, it's okay. Everything's going to be all right. Caught that a little thick. It's got to move a little bit to make things easy. And that's kind of why I like coming to the center on the 3 a little more. I just feel like you aren't going to miss your mark very often. Is he going to let it out here? Can he pinch it and take a cut? He can go with a high ball. James very good at this shot with high outside, going between the 7-9 and Raff in the corner.
He's going to rip it though. Loop bridge.
Yeah, nothing to stress about here. No, you didn't get where you wanted, but been working really well. Just a little more work. Yeah, I may not have tried to play to come up for the 8 myself. I may have tried to play purposely on the 7 to stay underneath the 8. Still, he's okay. He's just got a lot of room above. Just don't end up short.
Real strange.
Well, I don't know if we can get the replay. How he was cueing the ball. Now there you're not going to see it, but when he was down on the ball, he looked thin on it to me. And that's rare that I really think about that, because the cameras can fool you what you're looking at, right?
Yeah, it's fair to say it could have been a lot worse. Didn't expect the miss to come, for it to land there. Now he's got a kick at this ball.
And I'll tell you, sometimes you can overanalyze this shot, meaning try and force it to play the kick and stick. Or I think, every now and again when it's laying against you, why not try and take a stab at knocking it in up in the upper right? Could get just as lucky doing that.
Yeah, he looks to be aiming quite wide on.
Yeah, he's trying to get the angle where the 7 gets to that side rail. Really nice.
Bit of hope for Anne here, because I'm sure he was sat in his chair thinking, I'm about to go 9-3 down. Now he's at the table, win a break, could be 8-4. If he can try and put a little 2 or 3 back together, he's back in the game. Wow, did not see that coming, JJ. That was unbelievable, just completely took his eye off the ball.
Yeah, and really saw hardly any flaws in the last match. Feel a little rough for him on that one. But again, you can't take a shot off in this 9-ball pool. It's just that type of game. Very delicate, easy to miss.
Yeah, even when you don't think it's easy to miss, that's usually when the misses come. You just cannot believe it. Breaking for the match.
Yeah, he went for it to try and end the match. Can't blame him. He stayed aggressive and really extended a big lead doing so. And now on maybe his last kind of hope in this match to really put something together.
See how low he had to aim to find that little gap, little bit of left. Brings it back out into the open. Nicely done.
Speed looks a little off here. Should be okay. But now, can he come tight enough to get kind of easy on the 7? I think it'd be okay, but Inside English doesn't really want to check on the slidey table on this type of shot so much. He did pretty nice. So on, still battling.
Let's have a little look around the arena. Last 16 action. Jeffrey Roeder, he was leading quite big over his countryman Michael Feliciano. That match is now tied at 7-7. Kyle Amorotto, he's in a world of trouble. He's 9-2 down. Kopo Cheng. Johan Chua 8-4 up versus Fo Che Wei. Skylar Woodward 7-3 over Fyan. Anton Raga 8-3 over Jeffrey DeLuna. And to break, trailing 9-4.
Oh, his best break off of the match. He's made 3 on the break and not far from the blue 2 at all. We'll see what the angle carries. He's going to have to try and hold position on the purple 5, and I don't think it's going to be much of a problem. You can see the real work, the 7 to the 8. Don't think the 8-9 combination is, that doable into the right middle. Has to put a little power in this.
Just lining up where he wants the cue ball, because 7 to 8, it's going to need a little thought. Yeah, he's coming down the bottom of the table because he's got choice of 2 pockets, side or top left.
I think that's the smartest position play. Especially where the 7 kind of laid now. The speed, it's all about the speed, getting the cue ball off the rail. Saw a little adjustment of the aim there. Not something you see from the top players very often. Once they're down, they're pretty set.
He's done well here to hang in. He's won 5 racks. If he hadn't missed that 8 ball, things could have been slightly different, but he's making a game of it. He's not had much table time. It's all been about Uranus. Win a break though. Can he put a 3-pack together? That would make things very interesting.
Maybe throwing a golden break for a little drama. I think we've only had one, since we did the commentary. Here at the Peri, I thought there was one.
Sanchez had one.
That's right, we had a technical issue at that moment. Been cleared up nicely. I'll tell you what, they're starting to really open up and find some pockets on the break. Kind of an ugly 5-7 down here near the 2, and really awkward the way it lays. What's the plan with the 5-7, Carl?
I don't know if he's going to just play for the bank.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't really see what else he can do.
If he got just perfect, the kiss shot's not very hard, but you got to go a long ways to get to a small position. So I'll tell you what he could do. He could lay up for the bank, and if he likes it, he can shoot it. If not, easy safety behind the 9. That's off the purple.
Well, he's coming over. He's played this nicely as well, by the way.
Yeah, this is pretty perfect now. He's probably going to have to make a little bit of a shot on the 5. Oh, he's playing the combo. Oh, this goes by the 7.
Really? Oh, he
Yeah,
does.
it
Well,
does.
first.
That's twice the overhead has fooled us.
It's the shadow off the rail, I think. That's what's confusing us. Well, overall, he's making a game of this from nowhere. I don't feel like he's had much table time, but what a chance to win 6 racks. Cue ball needs to go. That's fine. Can bring the cue ball around 3 rails. There you can see how thin the ball is.
Good thing is he doesn't have to hit it light. He can go ahead and shoot it a little bit. Always more comfortable with the real thin ones.
Feliciano takes the lead. Remember that game was 7-7 against Roda. Now 8-7 to Michael Feliciano. Amaroto, slight comeback. That's now 9-5 to Ko Pin Cheng. Yuan Chua 8-5 over Fu Che Wei. Fayan, small comeback. That's now Woodward 7. Niels Fayan 4. Nineball. Wow, we got a little bit of action now. What a turnaround this has been.
Yeah, and again, when they're breaking nice and you're playing well, you have to stay patient. Gotta know you can do exactly what your opponent has done in front of you. And it doesn't hurt with a golden break mixed in. As soon as we talk about it, Carl, there you go. We didn't jinx him this time.
In the blink of an eye, it's 9-7. He has done so well here, especially after missing that 8 ball as well. Got the 9 ball moving again. Needs the 1 ball over the pocket. He's hooked on the blue 2.
He's going to have to figure something out, but I think the 2 is sitting kind of fun. No, it's very makeable. You can double kiss it in with a kick. The jump, to me, now I can't talk for these younger players. They jump the ball amazingly from so many positions, but the kick is not that bad. The problem with the kick shot is position, really. And it is sitting funny on the outer point. Would you consider knocking the 7 into the 2 on the push shot here, trying to get into a better position on the 3?
Would never disagree with you, JJ. Got to get some height going though with that jump cue if he attacks this ball.
Yeah, there's a couple swerve shots, of course. Efren, who has that shoulder problem, doesn't get up with the jump cue very well. He may go to the side rail and kind of bend it back at the blue 2. That being the right side rail.
He fancies this jump shot. There's about a ball distance. Maybe less.
Yeah, I think less. Just a little bit. There's some Feder Gorst, I think, very confident with this distance. Especially when you don't have to go very far with the cue ball. You know, if you have to go short over the ball quickly, and you have to go down table with the cue ball, that's where it becomes very, very difficult. I think he's got to go this way and kick with speed if he's going to attack. The other option, like we talked about on the push shot, you can knock in a ball, and you can knock in the lowest. So, you know, could use the 7 to knock the blue 2 in and reposition the cue ball from there.
Fighting to stay alive in this year's tournament. This is last 16 action. Winner goes through to the quarterfinals, which will be played today. Tomorrow is just semi-finals and finals.
Yeah, there are only 2 Vietnamese players, which I still think is pretty impressive, into this final 16 with this field. I'm not sure how the other one of An's countrymen is doing at the moment with their scores, but I think he was trailing. That's a little light. He's got to hit it just right. He did. Gotta like seeing a little of that emotion, right? Though he's into it.
Loving it. Absolutely loving this.
All right, James has got, it's not the worst kick shot when you have another ball near, coming off this left side rail, probably going 2 rails at it. He could pocket the 7. Definitely trying to get a little separation.
Niels Fine is back in action. That match is now 7-6 to Woodward. We were saying not that long ago there was quite a lot of one-sided matches. There is 5 matches out there and they're all pretty tight. Just shows you what can happen in 9-ball pool. Good kick, good hit. Needs to slow down though.
Still a beautiful hit, and he's going to make him earn it. Definitely intended to get behind it, trying to slide into the 7, bringing the 3 ball up. Table somewhat near the 9.
It was never going to be easy, and he stuck it up over the pocket. Can Aranas clear the table for the match and a place in the quarterfinals? Now this finish has got a different feel about it compared to the others when he was running around the table. Looked like you were playing speed pool at times. Winner of this match will face Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. Ruiz with a comfortable 10-4 win over Do Van Kai, the other Vietnamese player who made it through to the final 16. Fedor Gorst has made it through to the quarterfinals. He's waiting for the winner of Chua Fu Che Wei. Chua's 8-6 up. Anton Raga beats Luna 10-3. He plays the winner of the Woodward Fine match. Woodward 7, Fine 6. One good shot here for Aranas to get nice on the 8. This match should be over.
Yeah, nothing wrong with close to your work. Not in this situation. Looks like the way he's chalking up a little draw stroke to get into that final 8.
May have been a little scared at some point when he's seen the cue ball tracking, but it's this 9-ball for a place in the quarterfinals. Fantastic match. Aranas gets the job done. He will now face Francisco Sanchez Ruiz in the quarterfinals of this year's Peri Open 9-ball Championship. We'll be back at 4 p.m.